Hello. Sorry, I did not warm up my voice before this. I also did not do anything correctly, because... um, so... So... If you guys are wondering how I managed to get this fixed from last time, because it stopped working, and I said it stopped working, and that's why I played Sea Stars for 2 days, last weekend. The answer is... I didn't fix it. I just bought it on my computer. So, we're starting from a blank slate. Not all the way from the beginning, of course, but it's kind of like I have to find where we're at. I just pulled up my Switch and looked at where we were at, so I think I know where we're at, but it's gonna be really funny because we're gonna see all these achievements that are like, oh, you just used the new sprites for the first time, kind of shit again. But anyway, so exciting. Hoping and praying it works. It did show up correctly. I'm just hoping that I am able to like get into the game where I'm supposed to instead of starting case 2-3 over again. So as much as I loved case 2-3, it's a long case. I don't want to play it again. Not that I would not want to play it, like, in my free time. It's just, I don't want to play it on stream again, because I've already seen the funnies and all the stuff and all that jazz, so, we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, so, that's that. That's where we're at. We're probably gonna be finishing AAI2 3. We're probably starting case 4. And that's vaguely terrifying. Oh god. Case 4 is a great case. I think about it a lot. And I'm very, very excited and also very, very scared to see ways. Or Excelsius. Very scared to see him. It'll be fine though, it'll be worth it. Anyway, so that's where we're at. Yes, I guess we should play game. I pulled it up on my thing again instead of having to actually find it on YouTube, which is huge. And great stuff. But yeah, give me 1 second. I need to... My cat's meowing. If you can hear her, she's in my room and she's causing chaos. Which is every day. Yeah, buddy? Yeah, kitty? Meow. Meow. I don't know if you can hear her. She's meowing quite a lot. Yeah? You wanna go sit on my lap? You can sit on my lap, if you would like. Yeah, come here, kitty. Come here. There you go. Now she is settling down. She is chilling. She is chilling like a villain. There we go. Alright. Awesome. Okay. Hopefully this works. It should work. This is gonna be really weird. Dude, can I use control in this game? You have to make a decision about where you're gonna be, kitty. Because then I'm gonna kick you out of my room. Because you're not making a decision here, and I think you need to make a decision. I'm talking to my cat, if you can't tell. Yeah? Yeah, buddy? She's just, like, walking around. Which is great, it's just right in front of my screen. So... yeah, make a decision, buddy. Okay, I'm gonna plug in my controller. I don't know if controller works. If so, that's great, because at least it's a little closer to what the Switch had. Does it work? Let me see. Like, look how weird this is. Oh, this is really weird. Oh no, no controller? Uh-oh. This is gonna be bad. Pray forgive the discourtesy as I fumble a lot, because this is gonna be horrible. Oh, thank God. I need to change some settings, actually. Because this is gonna be painful if I don't manage to fix this. And then logic press. Let's go F. I'm trying to remember what the DGS, keybinds were, because those are great. Mysteries are WASD, rotate evidence. Great, I can do that. Let me see. Oh, that's so much better. Oh, that's so much better. Okay, there we go. Title selection. AAI2. Also, let's look at the difference between these two screens. The quality is crazy different. Also, AAI2 is cooler. But I'm biased. No, do not start from the beginning. That would be bad. Yes. Oh. Frick, okay. I believe we're investigating the Fountain Room Part 2. Yes. Okay. Oh, thanks for the everything old is new, chibi, freaking, achievement. Really appreciate it. Hi, Eustace. We missed you. Some sculpture called Frost or something. So I guess Idris called it? Goddess of Justice! So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gavelle, I say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case, more than just a junior prosecutor, anyway. No fair! You're trying to steal the win! Doing no such thing. All I want to do is uncover the truth. If we're going to get the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. Oh, I just realized I'm not playing this on Switch anymore. I can't just screenshot on a whim. I have to literally screenshot. Ah, it's so annoying. Whatever. I wish my capture card worked. Ah! I was being so stinky. But whatever. It's fine. It's a lot easier to play just on the computer, so... We do not need to do anything. You do not need to know the truth. This case is not your concern. Well there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. We've read this. I think we've read this. Right. Yeah, let's get to the investigation, please. I think we read the best investigation. Let me pull this up on my Switch as we play through this. Let's put this on autoplay. Get put on autoplay, Raymond. Let me see. Let me pull this up. Continue. Yes. I have 2 copies of AAI2 open at the same time. Where are we at? Oh yeah, we're literally investigating. Okay, yeah. So this is correct. It's weird having 2 AAI2 versions open at the same time. I could have 3 AAI2s open at the same time. I could have the fan translation open at the same time. That's what's wild about this. So silly. Great. Thank you, Raymond, for kicking kicking her ass, I suppose. I'm not even looking at this point. I love sound. I love hearing the sound of little beeps and boops in my little brain. I love skipping. Okay, I'm investigating my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting. I will. Okay, this is where we left off. Okay, shall we? Yeah, let the investigation commence. We're still unclear on 2 key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquitin.
You're right, we need some more intel. Indeed. Let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. She uses stuff like dish soaps and paint, right? Correct. It's also bright red in color and has a distinctive minty fragrance. Alright, cool. Wow. Oh, turn off autoplay because now we're... Wow. Oh, he's not running anymore. How do you make him run? How do I make him run? He looks stupid when he's not running. Stop. Stop. Z. I forgot about that. This is going great, guys. We're doing really good. Cancel and run are both Z. Oh, thank God there's a run toggle. Okay. Alright, let's examine everything. Those pictures are interesting. Interesting. Okay. Let's go examine these first. Such of a man and a woman in old-timey clothes. Did Paul Halik make these as well? Yes, it seems he created them later in life, once he had began to make a name for himself. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods, but he couldn't say no to his beloved. The title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and her humble servant. Wow, talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. Damn, I see how it is. Sculptor of a brave warrior battling against a serpent. I was looking at the other one, but you know what? That's fine, Kay. Did Paul Halik make this one too, Mr. Edgeworth? He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies the tragic yet gritty determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called the math test. Talk about relatable. Again. Funny. It's a man with a nose-shaped head? No. English. It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. The man's got a real pained look in his eyes, though. Is this another Paul Halik piece? Yes, from his younger years, when he was something of a dreamer. He depicted those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled, My Parents. Guess his mom showed brightest in that house. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was like looking at this and I was like, what do you mean? That is, oh, I mean, I guess you could say it's two people, but I don't see the sun and the moon in that. Dare I say. Okay. Miss Bounce tea set is laid neatly on the serving cart. Pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so. The cup we were given is delicious. Looks like all of this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. Ooh. Why? This dishware was made by Artie Frost. It's very fancy. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch any of it, unless we absolutely have to. Whoa! This stuff really is worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bao must be really a fan of Mr. Frost, like Mr. Fender said. To still have this. Yeah. I think it's clear that I just woke up, like, 30 minutes ago. Actually, it's been more like an hour, but my brain is still tired. Hey, Edgy! What is it? You better be careful with that teapot you hear. Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Honored Gus. I can pour you a cup if you'd like. Miss Bounds. Ah, Judy! I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. This smells great! Oh, tea gif from Kay Faraday. Wow, it's crazy. She sips the tea. Wow, it tastes even better than it smells! What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but oh, I think they said the same thing. What did they say the last time? Miss Mao, is this the same blend that you served this morning? Why, yes, is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? No, not at all. It's just the cup you gave me earlier had a slight different aroma. Really? That's odd. I used the exact same blend both times. I can see what can account for the difference. I can't see what could account for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Julie's tea, will you? It's got it under your skin, Larry. Nothing. You're just rude, that's all. You didn't even try to call me by the right name. It's Larice Donham. Damn it. Dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, that was childish even for him. Wow, what happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. Okay. I didn't mean to press that. Oh, it's a said Miss Bound served as her tea just now. However, I can't help but notice the tea smelled different from the cup we were served this morning. There must be some reason for that. I wouldn't know. I haven't played this game before. This is a joke. This is a /J. Cutting container. Ceylon tea leaves. It's a well-crafted tin container designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use, considering this quality of the blend Miss Bound serves. The tablecloth draped over the card is pure white and completely spotless. Just waiting for me to grab by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh! Hey, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be. Oh, come on! What's the worst that could happen? Even if it does go all sideways, we'll just wind up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye. Yes, well, I'd rather it remain white. Perhaps I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it. Really? But there's so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. You see, Mr. Edgeworth, it works with the theme. She's so funny. She's so funny. God, she's great. What, do you want out? I think my cat wants to go outside. 1 second.
Yeah, you want to go out? Yeah?
I let her outside. She was doing her little meows. Her little meows of, I want to go out. I'm just a little guy. I can never do anything wrong in my life. Just a little fellow. Kind of meows that she does when she's mad. She wants to leave. She's very cute. I love her.
So tulips by the door, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, it leads to the spring room. Ah, spring. Probably time to move house. Which makes it open season for great thieves. Housebreaking is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I guess you're right. They put sunflowers by the door. Nice. Fitting adornment for the interests of the summer wing, I suppose. Summer is also vacation time, and every great thief knows that means tourists with bulging wallets. Pickpocketing. Pickpocketing, Kay. Isn't that a little beneath a great thief? Yeah, maybe you're right.
Oh, you're so funny.
From the color and the aroma, I'd say this is a puddle of spilled tea. And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. Oh, yeah, that's convenient. Guess somebody must have broke something. Know that insignia. Certain high-strung somebody might know a little something too. I want to go look at all the doors. The door here is marked with a nice, autumnly-looking tree. And yet at least the winter one. I suppose it's all part of the deception. I can steal the leaves if you like. Make things a little more wintry. I think you better leave them alone, Kay. This thing in front of the door is a fir tree, right? Yeah, they're usually associated with winter. But this door leads to the autumn wing. I suppose it's all part of someone's elaborate ruse. Get painted red for the autumnly feel. Evergreens stay green all year round, Kay. Hence the name? Sure. I knew that.
Sillies. The silly.
Why is there a lift cart just sitting out here in the open? Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy. Top The platform seems to be wet. You know, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. Saw it in Frost's room. You must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of those, you can move giant lumps of ice around no sweat. Yeah, I wonder why the top of the platform's wet. Ooh, just think of the possibilities. You could really use one of these. Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head-scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, it just might have something to do with our case. So true. Hey there, Mazzarino. What's the situation with the investigation? Things are progressing. I take a fuller picture of what's happening. It happens is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. I guess I better step on my game too then. I'm making it a little higher volume-wise, but it may be a little too high. So, please tell me if it's too high. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got a lot. All these statues in the Winter Wing, even the murder victim's body. How did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing? Frost had no family apart from his son. His son? I wonder who that is. Sorry. Well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since the time of the incident. Gus's son, too. Him and his best pal from school just left and disappeared. What? And they were never found? Gus's boy wasn't. As far as I heard, anyhow. Guess Frost kid turned up in the end, though. Probably his inheritance at some point. Yeah, he sure did. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release his body. No need for anyone to find out they didn't have it. Filled their fake autopsy report and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody. So I can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped that low. Yeah, he's kind of an asshole. Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. Gotta say I never saw that coming. I'm sorry, Fenker. Hey, that wasn't a dig. You had your reasons, I'm sure. Just... You got to see what the courtroom looks like from the other side for once. A little different ballgame, let me tell ya. Yeah, it's a bluffing ballgame. Also, he's already been on the other side, but, like, we're not gonna talk about that. Sorry, my mouse isn't working. Actually, I had set up the defense dance once before. Oh, I was like, I'm gonna tell you that. And I have to say, it wasn't bad. Oh, that's sweet. I like that. That's good. It's good. Selection of trophies run by Paul Halik, or rather, Artie Frost. Evidently, he was a very well-respected artist. Oh, you've got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. It's about time I won one too. Guess I'll have to find some thieving contests to enter. Or you can set something up. Something with a nice ceremony at the end, all that. Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. Mr. Wood, it was very clear that only you're allowed to investigate this room. So I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir. Wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall. Oh, but we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Miles Edgeworth, sir. Wow, he actually seems kind of scared of you. What kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct? A very scary one. I'm gonna sip some water. Okay, there you go. Seems the elevator is only accessible to select individuals. Wonder what's upstairs? Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gus is being treated. I hope he's alright. We got some questions that need answering as soon as he wakes up. There's no way of knowing when that might be. We should explore other avenues in the meantime. Okay. Seems the police have already removed the body. Why did the body of the victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? Why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here?
Oh no. It's like thinking like Resident Evil body zombie animation. You know, my guy Frost just like shuffling over like a freaking worm. Need I remind you that zombies aren't real. Seems that likely the body was preserved somehow.
Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics guy, anything to report?
Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxium have been detected in the fountain.
I say they were probably carried here by the stream from the automobile.
In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. The sugar in the fountain? What would it even have come from? I want to talk to Eustace. Do you mind, Mr. Winter? You're in my way.
I do mind, actually, and I'm not going anywhere. You just have to go around me.
Well, we just thought you might want to move him to a better spot, that's all.
What better spot? I demand you show me it at once.
Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever we want? Don't think you've got away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. We're reporting your actions to the committee. Do whatever you need to do, Judge Gravel.
We'll do the same.
You are a self-styled great thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee, of course.
Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the thieving committee.
Looks like Judge Cavell would have to think of some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay. This is true. Kay Faraday. Love her. Body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway. How's the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water's crystal clear, kind of soothing. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago, huh? This is true. Let's talk to Delicia.
Hello, dearie. Still investigating away, aren't you? Found anything interesting? No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway. Silly girl, that wasn't a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is when you're being sympathetic, of course, and treasure is when there it is. Love is for people that you're not keen on, and petal is when you're trying to get someone's attention. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Mr. Edgeworth Petal, I hope you're getting this all down.
Don't even try, okay?
Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me.
I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. Get up. Wow, quit it with the glare off, you two. It's weird. Oh, come on, you know me better than that. I wasn't staring, just struck by an idea for a picture. No, actually, he was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what you're hiding. Quit it! I already tell you I'm not talking to you anymore. You're talking to me right now. I mean, from now on, not talking to you ever again, starting now. This is getting me nowhere. Hello, Mark, how are you? Thank you for the first, and for the hydrate. I will sippy my water. And the posture check. Oh no. You're making me straighten my back? In this economy? All the redeems? Yeah, you're keeping me on my toes, your lord. Hi, I'm doing good. Yay, I'm glad. How is you? Good. I slept in today, which was good and a bad thing, because I slept in and that means I started stream late, but you know, otherwise I'm doing great. I just, I had a lovely nap. I had a really great sleep. Almost too good of a sleep. I woke up at like 10:40 and I was like, oh shit, I have stream in 20 minutes. Is it gonna be possible for me to, one, get dressed, eat food, re-download this game, set it up on OBS, and then stream in 20 minutes? In which I just like didn't do that for a wintertime stuff. Oh, I see. I get that. It's almost daylight savings time. I was curious because you said wintertime stuff, and I was like, daylight savings, huh? And then I looked it up, and it was like, oh, shit.
next week, November 3rd. Gonna have to keep that in mind for next week's stream. Look, it was 6 a.m. because the alarm thought it was 7 instead. Oh, so do you guys move times a week before we do? Oh, interesting. I see. Yeah, okay, because I just looked it up, and ours is next week on the 3rd, November 3rd. Oh god, I don't want to think about that. Everything's gonna be so dark. Everything's gonna be so dark and stinky for so many months. I'm not ready for that. Ugh, I can't believe it's almost November. I have something that I need to do for work that's in November, and I'm dreading it. I don't want to do it. So I've been having a great time in October, but once November hits, I'm gonna be like, oh, oh, stinky. This is so stinky. Anyway, at least 1 week closer where our time zones are 1 hour closer. That's true. That's true. You're not as far away now. It's crazy. Anyway, 1 second. There we go. I just remembered that I need to check if the range music is on. Oh, it is. Okay, good. Alright. Oh, God. Setting all these stuff up for this stream today was crazy. I do not recommend. 10 out of 10 would not recommend doing that. I suppose I'll have to figure out what he's hiding first before I get the whole truth out of him. I'm ignoring him right now. I'm gonna go talk to, Catherine Hall. Where were you before you joined us here, Miss Bounds? I had to go tell our visitors we're closed. Oh, and hint at a little something in apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about? Yes, a few things, actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. You want to see my badge? I must admit, I was a little surprised to learn that Gregory Edger's son had become a prosecutor. But then I'm sure a lot has happened since. Yes, that much is certainly true, though I'll spare you the details. And yet the two of you are so alike. You must have chosen different paths, but I can tell you are every bit of righteous and noble as he was. It's very kind of you to say. When it came to his work, my father had always had the strength of his convictions. Right now, I'm like a ship lost at sea. I'm not even sure where to go, let alone who I should be. 1 second. How old is Edworth in this game? I forget. My brain is saying 32, but clearly that's wrong if she's 34. No, he's 35 in Dual Destinies. Oh, he's 26. Ow. Interesting. Okay. Okay, yeah, interesting. Alright. My brain is so... I don't know why. Maybe it's because I've been thinking of Sherlock Holmes too much and he's 32. I was like, he must be 32, right? And then I'm like, no, that's not physically possible. If she's, 34, that doesn't work, because she knew Gregory. Oh, my brain is fried. Okay. The original ice cream sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them? Oh, you know about what happened back then. In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. Commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for this current exhibit. Will I go through all the troubles of creating replicas? Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was his greatest unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place, after all. I see. And is there any other particular reason why the Winter and the Auto Wings look so similar? Oh my, you really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one and the other by accident.
she's clearly lying. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. I want to see what the other rings look like. I want to see what the other rings look like so badly. Alright, let's present this thing to Louise. Hi, Larry. Wait, haven't we seen this haven't we seen these letters before? This is the mark of the sculpture Paul Halik, I believe. How did a check of ceramic end up in the middle of the puddle of tea anyway? This is just a hunch, but one suspect clearly comes to mind. Yeah, it's clearly Larry. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Oh, well, why would you show me that? Tell me, what is it about Miss Bow's tea set that's got you so agitated? If you wouldn't tell me, then perhaps you prefer to explain it to Judge Gavel. Wait, don't make me look bad. Instead of Verity, she thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. I don't want her to see the real me, the real low-down, dirty me. I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me. Alright, I'll talk. Alright, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess. Is this any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him? Hiding things? Get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. I got distracted and my hand slipped and... Smash! I broke the teapot, a priceless work of art. It's all pieces because of me! No words as if to describe how far away I saw this coming from. Ouch. You really messed up this time, Larisse. See, Edgy? Everyone's gonna think less of me now. Judy's never gonna forgive me for this. Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bat. That's a pathetic sprite. That's a really pathetic sprite. I forgot he did that. Oh, Judy. My teapot. I see. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll pay your portrait. I'll pay you 50 portraits. Please, Miss Donut. It's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of. The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Well, I am! But of course, all things break eventually. As luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. She less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be. I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. The other teapot you're talking about. Someone's sitting on top of the cart right now, right? What do you mean? Yeah, someone smashed the first one. I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. That's when I saw the other pot under there. So I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Oh, I see. Yup, and that's everything I have to tell you. Be extra careful not to bring the other one, I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry. It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest. See, Edgy, isn't Judy the absolute best? Trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm gonna give her one of my paintings. She's one of my models after all. It's only fair. This rain, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Would you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while? Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way, because I sketched her the others already. Give me 1 second. I am particularly stuffy today, so sorry if I have to, like, pause occasionally because I'm just unable to breathe. I'm hoping I'm not getting a cold. If I'm getting a cold, that would be so stinky. That'd be so sad and so stinky. Anyway. Her and the others. You can see my work, huh?
Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of the ravishing beauties. Want to see? Interested in Larice ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edwards? I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, Kay. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time, too. Unusual details? Nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work yet. I also am struggling with his voice right now. Sorry. I think you can hear it, but I'm not getting his voice like I would like. Yeah. Maybe it's because I'm stuffy. Maybe it's because of that. Give me 1 second. Alright, here we are. Oh, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? Suppose you might as well take a look. So, these sketches of yours. Seriously, Edgy? If you want to check out your art, you should have just said so for the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this. Ooh, it looks great when rendered. I wanna see what one second. Does no one really have? Oh, they uploaded the image already. Damn it. Okay. Trying to find the old picture so I could compare. But I found that Larry Butts is on the Heroes Wiki. Oh, no, I can't seem to find anything. God. They should have kept the old versions. I want to see what the old crunchy versions look like. Maybe that's too much of it to ask for. Whatever. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, there we go. What am I looking for here? I told you already, ravishing beauties. Just a few of the fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know? There's Verity and Judy and, someone else. How did you draw them all on the same page? Well, I meant to draw the room at first, just something to pass the time. Then I saw one beauty and then another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. So these were all drawn at different times. Huh? Oh yeah, I guess. And one of you too, Kay? You're on a different page, though. Wow, you did? Hehe, I'm flattered. How true to life are these sketches? You draw only what you saw? Of course! You think I drew things I can't see? Like using my imagination? No, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color. So the colors are accurate. Interesting. Much as it pains me to admit it, Larry must have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. This are regarded in the sketch, for example, if I compare the one to the room. There's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Can I borrow this page for a while, Maurice? Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you? Just the page, please. Oh, I see what it is. Oh, I can use shift to run. Good, great. Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches? Fascinated by the work of the great Louise Stoneham, huh? It's the composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you, everything exactly how I saw it. The tablecloth of the card here is the room is right. Is white. Wow, your head's so full of crazy theories, the simple stuff just passes you right by, huh? What's that look for? Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart with the tea set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right, it was the hiding the peas in the teapot I smashed kind. It's nothing to boast about. Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. Didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight. I like how his dove is just like, he just like transported himself. Wait, Miss Maud came out of the winter wing. Yeah, and she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew. And what did she do with the second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel it at the summer wing, but I don't know what happened after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with. A lift cart? Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. I never had her down as a shy type, but I guess it's to show. You never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart. Is there maybe another tea set too? You better check with this map. Are there 2 serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound? Oh, yes. Why do you ask? Sir, so-called artist showed us a sketch. I couldn't help but notice that one of the colors of the tablecloth. It's light blue. Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. If I saw so much of a blemish, I would replace it right away. Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn? Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little bit more about these duties, if I may. What exactly were you doing when the sketch was drawn? Because from what I could see, your card doesn't have a tea set on it. I was delivering some chocolates for the investigating officers. Aw, no one gets jealous. No chocolate. Well, there are a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woohoo! Hey, thanks, Miss Bound. Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in her pocket. They're super sweet. I love them. Very glad to hear it. It may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Though perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. What else? It has to be something with her. Oh, I'm so tired. I swear to God, I slept. This lift cart, I heard it was in use 18 years ago, too. That's right. It was always in another room until I brought it out here. It's really useful for moving large, heavy objects around. Why is it wet? Was it used to carry something wet? Yeah! That's where we're going with, Edgeworth. Come on, get with the program. Okay, Oh, I like looking at this. It's fun. The top of the platform is wet. Maybe somebody used it to move something liquidy around? Yes, but the question is who and what? Come on, Edgeworth, put 2 and 2 together, I'm begging you. Did you like my chocolates? Oh yeah, they were super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to very happy to hear it.
Samson had much of a sweet tooth. He wouldn't have him any other way. It may not look the best at the moment, but her love for her family shines soon up in how they taste. Oh, cute. You want to talk about Isaac Dover? Or Pierre Hoquet, whatever his name is. The hunt is on. The truth will come out, but I don't know what that's about. I guess we're going to find out. Oh, that's really cute. That's really cute. Have I inadvertently stumbled onto the set of Cake Crimes, the musical, or something? Please! We need Cake Crimes, the musical, so bad. Ugh. I know there's like an Ace Attorney musical thing. Someone should make Cake Crimes a musical. They really should make Cake Crimes a musical. It'd be really funny. Hello, maid. How are you? Oh, you're making me sippy the water and straighten my back in this economy? Oh my god. How are you doing today? Okay. How are you? I'm good. I slept in today. It was really good sleep. But, I had to frantically get stuff ready for stream last second because I slept in, so that wasn't good. But, otherwise, I'm doing swell. I'm just sad that it's a Sunday. I'm just really sad it's a Sunday, because I don't want it to be a Sunday, because that means I have work tomorrow. Anyway. Give me 1 second. Anyway. Great, thank you. I brought home my kitten. She's so lovely and cute. Oh, yay! That's so lovely. Little kitten. Oh. Probably logic that I need to do, right? It is. I'm happy. Yay! I'm glad. I'm glad. I hope everything goes well with the kitten, the little kitty. Oh. Oh my god. It gave me a freaking, it gave me a, what's it called? Achievement for doing things correct. Great. Thanks. Glad that I'm starting this game after, you know, a solid 18 hours of playing this game. Again, but on the desktop version. Great. He took a nap on my lap. Oh, what's the cat's name? Am I allowed to ask? I really want to know more. What type of cat is it? What color? Um, what's this? What's this? Is this cat a silly cat or is this a chill cat or? I mean, it's a kitten, so, but I don't know. I suspect the difference in aroma was we noticed the stew to having teapots having been switched. You do? Can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound, just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in the aroma we noticed, you think it could have been because of a different teapot? I suppose so. My cup has just had a subtle minty scent. Rather like uva tea. Oh, I just remembered! I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from. Ooh, interesting. Could that really be it? That seems a bit sussy. It has to be this. There we go. The tea from the teapot Larry switched from under the cart smelled faintly of mint. Right, Miss Bound said that she used the pot to make peppermint tea yesterday. Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking of one. You're right, you'd expect it to be the other way around. His name is Soul Mint Soul for Friends. He's a small little cutie that loves to nibble and claw on figgies. Oh, that's really cute. Oh, Soul. Is it a cute little orange cat? Like the sun, or a cute little black cat, or he was abandoned, so very glad I got him home. Oh, he's black and white. Oh, I love kitties. Kitties are so, so cute. I want to get a kitty of my own at some point. once I am out of my parents' house, of course, but my cat that I have here is lovely too. That's adorable. Thank you for giving me the info about this cat. Please share pictures if you'd like. You don't have to, but if you have pictures, I would love to see them. Please send them if you have them. That's at any point. I love cat pictures. I will always love to see cat pictures or dog pictures, but cat pictures mostly. Anyway, I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart. But why? One of the ubiquium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some of that teapot? What? In the teapot? Simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winter, any luck finding that ubiquium? Oh. Sending a pic? Yes! Give me the picture. Oh, what a precious little baby. Oh, that's such a tiny little kitty. Oh, so cute. So cute. Oh, that's adorable. Thank you for sharing. What a beautiful little kitty with the biggest little eyes. How old is the kitty? How old? It's such a small little cat. It looks a little tiny. I took pictures when he got a bit sleepy. Oh, that's adorable. I love that. I love that so much. Oh, little sleepy kitty. Little sleepy guy, little fella. My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea. Ha! I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no chance. A useless... what? He went, girl. He about 2 months old. Oh, little baby. Oh, that's adorable. Little fellow, little guy, little man. Damn. You do know where it came from? You do know where it came from. God, English. Yes. Where? Miss Bound's teapot. Wow, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner. It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence? Then I'll have one of my friends' people check it out. Mr. Edgeworth, is there some sort of problem with my teapot? Possibly. The minting fragrance we've noticed coming from it, I think it may just be from... English. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas. But, Mr. Edgeworth? Surely you don't think I had anything to do with that? I'm afraid I do. The method used to create gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you. That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming in and out during that time. Delicia, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it up at all. Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that. Besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. Yeah, sure, you say that. So even if you did find some ubiquium on my teapot, I won't have any idea what to do with it. Well, I suppose we could see what the test results say first. Spound claims she doesn't know what the first thing about making poison gas. Need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Oh, I was like, there's more investigation? Oh god. Edge was speaking. Sir, it's me. Hi, Gummy. Is everything alright, Detective? Everybody's left the Winter Wing. It's just me here now. Which means I can tell you what we found out. I really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now. The exhibits here all have completely melted. All that's left in the display cases is some stuff at the bottom. More of in the TARS case than the Gemini case, though. Describe this stuff for me if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. And the lab runs some tests just now. Samples from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. The one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it, which were sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? What? What's the salt and blood doing in the Gemini case sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but gonna test it right away, sir. Please do, Detective. Oh, and I also spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working in the fountain room. Said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Gummy, I love you. Thank you for doing all the stuff that you do. What a guy. Anything else to report, Detective? Yes, sir. We found one of these light emitting devices here at the winter wing, too. There are a few of those being used in the autumn wing, disguised as the winter wing, as I recall. Seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. Need to talk to Miss Scone about this. Anywho, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know when we hear more about English. Oh my god, I am having such a difficult time reading today. Oh, my brain. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about the blood. Yes, thank you, Detective. What's that, Gubby? Seemed like he had a lot to say. He did. All of it very useful. I'm gonna prove that Miss Bow's claims about who could have set out the poison gas trap are false. Need to talk to a certain somebody else who was there 18 years ago. Pew, pew. Pew, pew. Pew, pew. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions if I may. Give me 1 second. I need to blow my nose again. Of course, dearie, fire away. Anything for you, Mizey Smizey, and dear sweet Tooth Decay. Tooth Decay? Bro! Leave her alone! I'd appreciate it if that was last time you called me Smilesy Smilesy. And you're not gonna call me about Tooth Decay? I'm not a fan of Tooth Decay either. Well, you just have to like it or lump it. I can't change the nickname once I've settled on it. Well, I guess we tried. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seems to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, illuminate fabrics. Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. You're all about the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after breaking the rules all those many years ago. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you. Tee hee hee. Well, us girls need to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course. This had better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was. Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent little baby boy. What happened to you, eh? A dear, sweet, innocent little baby boy, Mr. Fender. Can't quite picture that, I have to say. So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yep, salt lamps, glowing fabrics, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit. There are 4 luminous cloths and the use in the autumn wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. Maybe I should jog her memory with something so Miss Scone will tell us more. Yeah, sure, let's do it. I know what she wants. Oh, look at that! A picture of silly old me. That's right, you seem to have caught the artist's eye. You mean lovely Larice Lambkin? I'll have to have a word with him and say thanks. Well, I'll be glad to introduce you. And there's the evil smirk. What? Are we not? Okay, whatever. Fine.
Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might somebody learn to make the poison gas that was used in an attack? Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who ever handled the Festivite Ultra will know of it for a start. After all, it says right there on the label, do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever. What about a lay person? It's unlikely they know, wouldn't you say? Suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook, anyway. A prize from the contest 18 years ago. The recipe for making a Vesticide Ultra, along with not mixing with a ubiquium bit, is in there, you know. So you're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh yes, dear. I know it's inside out, because I work for the Tangaroa group, you see? Or the company behind Cold Killer X. Wow, nice, funny Ace Attorney 3 reference. I'm sure you've heard of it. Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently. After Sammy Poople was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. They only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course. Which means Miss Scone's one of these elites, I suppose. Alright, you had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one. Grimy? How rude! You won't get people to cooperate you with your little investigation like that, young man. Shall I call it a dish towel, then? Perhaps you used it to wipe up some sort of spillage. Spillage, he says! The cheek! The piece is highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably should have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little bit more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Why did you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? Oh, well, I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? You must know I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the Autumn Wing. So was Larry's catch of Miss Scone as one she was trying to retrieve the cloth. First, I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy. One of the 4 you given to the gallery, of course. Yeah, exactly, but all 4 were being used in the Autumn Wing, weren't they? So I realized. It must be the one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my Investigate Ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my cloths turned out to be used in some sort of dastardly deed, too, well, I was going to look guilty as sin, wouldn't I? Wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best. I see. Oh, it does feel good to get off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion. So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, just happened to be reappearing in the fountain at the same time as the body. Yeah, there we go. We're getting there. It's very slowly. Really? Okay. Huh. What do you want from me? These must be the switches that change the color of the cloth. Let's see if they work. Woo! Well, the cloth has certainly changed color. Change it to red. Come on, Miles. Change it to red. Oh, no, he didn't. Damn. Cloth went missing at the time of the IS-7 incident. Only to be found 18 years later, floating in the Zodiac Hall fountain. And there was another one that was all lit up and draped around the Pisces statue, right? Seems each cloth may have a connection to both cases, past and present. Oh god, how do I push this? I know exactly I know where this is going, it's just I don't know the way to get there. Oh no, okay, Hunt is on. Oh, it's this again. I don't know what you want from me. What kind of pharmaceutical recipes are in the Ultimate Cookbook? Well, there are so many, it would take a while to go through them all. But if you really want to know, well then let's start the show. Come join me as I sing the song. It's nifty, thrifty, 2 hours long. Now, one by one, we'll sing the things that the world's best little cookbook brings. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Want to listen to the rest? No, that won't be necessary. That's cute. That's cute, I like it. Oh, right, Christ on a bike. Okay. Do you have anything to say, Larice? I don't think you do. No, you don't. Okay. Have you read the Ultimate Cookbook, Miss Scone? Of course I have. I am a pharmacist, you know, even if I do wear big pink hats. I think it's cool that you're a pharmacist. Well, so do I, dearie, so do I. Aren't you a sweetheart, my little tooth decay? It's when you're interested in pharmaceuticals. I'm working by magic, Mr. Edgeworth, buttering her up with the social do what I want. Anyway, Miss Scone, Delicia, I was wondering if you can maybe... No, how many times, you cheeky little imp? Once your name's decided, I can't change it. Dang, so much for the sneaky approach. What kind of great thief am I? Not a very good one. Oh, don't say that to her. She's a perfect great thief. You wanna see my badge? Hold on, that badge of yours. It's not the same as Greggy Peglog's. That's right, my father was a defense attorney. I took a different path. Oh, I see. It's like that, is it? Well, I suppose it's to be expected at your age, dear. Once you've grown up a bit, I'm sure you'll start to appreciate your old man a bit more. Everybody goes through a little rebellious phase. Lord knows I had mine. Teehee. My career path's not the result of some adolescent phase, Miss Scone. Get shitted on, you little shit. Oh, you really do carry some cute rubbish around with you, don't you, Milesy Smilesy? What I could do is covered in whipped cream for you and sprinkle a few. There'll be no need for that, thank you, Miss Scone. True, dearie. I do know how to make poison gas. The fact that someone knows how to hold a gun doesn't mean they shot anybody now, does it? I'm not accusing you, Miss Scone. She's right, you know. Just because I'm a great thief doesn't mean I can't do good. Exactly, dear. Just because I'm a confectioner doesn't mean I can cook. Surely that only applies to fake confectioners. Oh, okay. Okay, great. Who knew you can make a lamp out of rock salt? Of course you can, dear. You wouldn't want to get it wet, but it's fireproof and ever so sturdy. Sturdy enough to make for a surprisingly good murder weapon, in fact. Yeah. We know that at the moment this lamp probably broke because it was used in murder. Then, what happened to the other one? Good question. Teapot? No. Alright. There's nothing you can do with her. Oh my god. Okay, what do you want with the game? Ready? Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound? Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for... No, he doesn't. I do not. Chill, I'm just yanking your chain. Anyway, what can I say about Judes? Well, she's a real brave trooper, for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has it for Samson? Ever since his extended family kicked her out of this place. What? They threw her out? Yep, Judes wasn't technically part of the family, so there's nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, no job after Samson took the fall. She had no choice but to take what he taught her. He'd taught her and make her own way with showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? Finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the Ultimate Cookbook back from the Dangaroo group after they basically stole it. Guess this place had everything to do with it, all she ever cared about. She just wanted it back, all of it. Fender seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight, but from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Pangaroa's for herself. I mean, yeah, but like, you know, if you really want to go on a less charitable standpoint, then I guess that's true, but also, that is her family, so like, I don't feel that bad.
are aggressive. Not aggressive, what am I saying? I think she's based, is what I'm trying to say. She's based and understandable, and I get it. I think this is enough for logic. The ultimate cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poison gas, and the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound. No way! You mean... I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we could prove that she's been lying to us. Nice. And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the test of the teapot. To be continued. We're gonna continue. It's only been an hour. Turnabout trigger. Ladder. A new development. Great. Give me 1 second. Ooh, wait. What the hell? 1 second. No, you can see this correctly. That's really weird. Oh, okay, we're back. Oh, God. I didn't realize that it froze. But it didn't froze on stream. It just froze on my side. That was really scary. Give me 1 second. Alright. The test results have come in, sir. Traces of ubiquity were found in the teapot. They were? It's like Mr. Edgeworth said. Thank God ubiquity isn't fatal. Curse you! You better not think this means you beat me! You really need to drop this obsession with coming to first, Mr. Winner. We're on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth. What? But first is best! Everyone knows it's better to be a winner than a loser. There's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway. What? But I... Oh... Enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Please refrain from taunting the boy. Taunting the boy! Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention. But his name is Edgeworth. Because he's worthy of his attention. But Cavell! Alright. Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking the victim. Oh, yeah, good idea. Be right back. Excellent. We shall see you shortly, then. Mr. Winner's annoying, but totally harmless. Judge Cavell, on the other hand... Now! Miss Bound, perhaps you can explain why the traces of ubiquity were found in your teapot. I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use? So you are telling the court you did not intentionally put ubiquity in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea there was any... that it could be even used to make poison gas.
Objection!
You're a trained actress, aren't you, Miss Bound? I thought you'd been a little more convincing liar. What do you mean? You have access to the ultimate cookbook, correct? A book that just happened to contain instructions on how to create poison gas in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. Ooh, that was a really good sprite. I like that. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound is what Mr. Edgeworth said is true. The book does contain information on how to make poison gas, yes. The fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. I didn't ask exactly how the gas was triggered. The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid in one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquity. I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely then the fact that he triggered it himself. Would it point to him being a suicide attempt? So she's not willing to admit anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of Infesticide Ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it? You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week ago. And that very evening I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't. Delicia, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you. That's true. I don't have any other hard evidence that it was definitely Miss Bound who stole it. Jude, there's certainly something you're not telling us. Why didn't you come clean, huh? We all know you never hurt somebody for no reason, so... You too! I think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender. Do you blame me? I got one wing disguised as another. Gas trap and one of the display cases. You're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo. You've got this all wrong. You have to remember the gallery doesn't have any security cameras or any security personnel. Some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected. I don't think they have much of a problem. Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here. I don't think she's joking. And actually, it seems that Mr. Gusto did, in fact, enter the gallery before it opened. Sheesh! Judy's one tough cookie. She's not punching an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. And what technique might that be? So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, eh? Since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, do we go back more time? I don't think we do. Maybe we ought to approach it from a different angle and look at the past for clues instead. Turnabout I'm thinking. So my father used this method as well. Alright, let's run this through the whole Thinkatron. Who was huge involved in what happened back then? According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted. And yet, his sculptures are here on display on this very gallery today. It's impossible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Don't thank me. Thank your pops. Now take it away, Milesy. Grab the popcorn. Miss Bound, you say that it was you who caused Mr. Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident. And yet what you did allowed you to open this exhibit now. What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you're going to ask those questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best. Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little bit more about the Zodiac Hall. And about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's work. Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. And please, if you could give me some background on the Zodiac Hall and the places on display here. Give me 1 second. I need to do something that I forgot to do. Let's listen to music. Shoot. Sorry. I think everything today is just like being really chaotic, so that's why I'm just really distracted. I'm sorry, folks.
Level 255. Okay, I think I'm done. What's that? Ah! Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, there we go. Bah. Bah. Do do boo boo do. Boo boo doo boo. Boo doo boo. Boo doo doo boo 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 boo. Okay, there we go. We're good. Okay. Took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's house back a while ago. A place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many fall Halik pieces as I could from around the world. Because, if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful is it that you're able to fulfill your dream? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me. Judge Gavelle, that was simply the witness' preliminary statement. You surely know the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination. Ha ha! Spoken like a true attorney. Well, well. You may do what you must. Damn, get her. Get him. Oh no. Wait, shit. What? Wait. Q is present, F is press. But it's open. What? Wait, I'm confused as hell. Alright, fine.
Hold it!
18 years. You must have gone through a lot to buy it back, Miss Mound. This home, this place. Such memories abound. I couldn't stand to lose what I had found. Samson, I did what I had to do. To see that home was waiting here for you. How did she make it look so easy? I'd say, but I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer. You can continue with your testimony, Miss Bound. The singing, if you please. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it to an art gallery.
Hold it!
You managed the gallery by yourself, Miss Bound? Yes, well, we only opened today, so I hadn't done any actual managing yet, but I had to keep the mansion going. Can't have it falling down around my ears. Simpson could come home any day, after all. She really got the house back for him. I'm so sorry, Judy. I wish I could have done more. Oh, you've done plenty, Mr. Fender. If anyone should have done more, it's me. Even if the only thing I could do right now is keep this place safe for Samson. Okay.
Hold it!
Halik. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct? Yes, he adopted it when he was working as a sculptor in France. I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection. More specifically, how you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It's my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made. Really? Perhaps you can go into some more detail on that?
Hold it!
Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bound. Well, what I really wanted to open was a gallery with Samson, of course. A gallery of dance, a gallery of song, a gallery of game, tea and candy all day long. That was the idea, anyway. Here I thought art was to be appreciated in silence, not accompanied by musical numbers. Last, Mr. Kangaroo transgressed against the what? What is that word? The edicts of the goddess of justice. What is that word? Actually. Formal declaration or order that is issued by authorities such as a ruler or government.
Edict.
Edict. Wow. Crazy. And as such, that part of your dream may go permanently unfulfilled. No, Samson is. He's innocent. Awful puffs took you to refuse to listen, but it's true. He never hurt anybody. Mr. Tangaroo gave a false confession in order to protect Miss Bound. Oh no. The two of them really did what they could to protect one another, didn't they? This is so sad. I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on the photos of the sculptures he made.
Hold it!
These photos you mentioned, do you mean the ones you yourself took in Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago? Yes, you certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Edgeworth. Those statues in the Winter Wing were just copies? I didn't even get to see them before they melted. No, the sculptures in the question were definitely not replicas, which means Miss Bound is lying. I know, it's such an awful shame. After what we went to do, and after we went to the trouble to recreate them too. The sculptures in the Winter Wing weren't replicas. They're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show him I'm aware of that, or I'll never get to the truth. I want to save. I'm scared.
Objection!
Oh, I kind of guessed there, but you know what? That's fine. I'm afraid you've run out of road, Mr. Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the test conducted on his sculpture's remains. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you have displayed were replicas, the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago. Ooh, I could probably help explain how they were lit out, if you like, dear. It's a sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar is sugar. The composition is very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secret of their chemical makeup, no chance. Thank you, Miss Scone. I don't recall asking for her help, but still. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for the 18-long years. Ugh. What? She kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time? It's the most out here idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox.
Overruled.
Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense? So you've already learned that much. Should I take it to mean you admit having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. You won't, because it won't have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. police were already in here when they disappeared. How could I have done that without them noticing? Oh, indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say it was impossible for you to have stolen them away. You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edward? I am indeed, and I won't stop until I catch the truth. I see. But I'd better tell you exactly what I did on the day 18 years ago. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. 1 second. Later around, when your father arrived, I began to make rounds and serve tea to everyone present. I forgot if this is one of the ones that's supposed to be arranged, so I was a little concerned about... I don't know. I'm really tired. I swear to God, I had a full night's sleep. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everyone present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that. That's for us to decide, Miss Mound. Are you saying there's a contradiction in your story, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did steal those statues. The question is when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If you can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to.
Hold it!
What were you doing when you were waiting? I was in my room practicing some dance routines. Oh, they're so cute! It's on the TV show called Bacon Bob with Samson, you see. Bacon Bob? What kind of show was it? It's a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets. Whoa, that sounds awesome! Hold the phone, Miles, you used to watch it? My father introduced me into it. I may have watched an episode or two. So Miss Mound passed the time before judging, began by practicing her dance routines. Was this the moment where Miss Mound stole the sculptures? Sure. So you moved the sculptures, but how would I have done that? Oh, but because it gave me the prompt. Whatever, it's fine. Change the camera film cartridge for Simpson.
Hold it!
Were you the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging? Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so. Oh, she's so baby! She was so tiny! I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? As I ran straight off to change the film, so as soon as he asked me, I wouldn't have had time. So changing the film of the camera was requested by Mr. Tangaroa. Was this the moment that Miss Bound stole the sculptures? This wasn't the moment. Can have been the moment she did it. I better listen carefully to what she says.
Hold it!
You entered the room containing Mr. Tangaroa's work before bringing the cameras back to him, correct? Yes, I heard the sound of something collapsing. Samson, are you in here? That's a DGS sound effect, isn't it? I think it's a DGS sound effect. Yeah. It sounds like the one that plays when Shalom does his animation. Because if so, that's really fun. I like that. Sound of this chocolate chip falling over after someone took a bite out of one of the supports. Mr. Tangaroa was still in Mr. Gusto's room when you found the body? Yes, I'm fairly sure that was the case. He was touching each room in order, and he liked to take his time. To the point in which he discovered Mr. Frost's body. This is the moment where Miss Bound stole the sculptures? No.
Hold
Just as you did today. Yes, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea. Present company included. I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little card of yours. Interesting. Did anything strike you as strange around that time? Oh yeah, Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and he mentioned his saucer was cold. Saucer was cold. Yes, this was the moment. Misfound. I believe this was when you stole the sculptures. I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. You're suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room, right under everyone's noses? That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Misfound stole these other sculptures. She did by hiding them here. Under the thing.
Take that!
My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was mere inches away from them. Because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case.
Overruled.
Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately.
Objection!
Who said anything about a serving cart? What? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she use instead? I'm suggesting that Miss Bound uses to transfer the sculptures. I just realized that I might not have the arranged soundtrack because I didn't pre-order it on my computer and pre-ordered it on the Switch instead. Because if so, that's really sad and I'm mad about that. Ah! Whatever.
Take that!
And this is the cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavor ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. It would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in the fountain room. We originally bought it for use in the contest. You're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures into the cart and carried them off? I am. As you can imagine, all one would have to do was lay the case on its side and add a tablecloth. And it'd look exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely. Can it be? Holy moly, of course! That's why those sculptures were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Jukes, how could you? Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I sold the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always been under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it? You admit that you sold them from Mr. Frost's room? Yes, I do. Took those sculptures and the glass cases out of the room 18 years ago. Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it. I slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everyone. In the end, I removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice soda blocks as well. Soda blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. Right. Oh, hi, Ronnie. I'll miss you, Ronnie. If the winter room it really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the soda block must have been in the victim's room back then as well. When I had finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 soda blocks out, I took 2 fresh, empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been. Only these sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. I stated in the contest rooms, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases. Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in. Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored iceworks in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting powder would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today. I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite the confession. Indeed, I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do about it. That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? What? How do you figure that? Oh my! I would have thought you might know at least this much given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book. Statutes of what? Yeah. Simply put, Kay, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Yeah. So it's different for every crime? Murder, 15 years. Theft, 7 years. Ah! Yes, Miss Mouse sold the ice sculpture 18 years ago, so it's too late to have her arrested for that crime. I don't believe it! Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime. Rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? I wouldn't be so sure about that. For you see, the theft of the ice sculptures is in my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years ago after the theft to be considerably more interest. Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body? I am indeed. But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it? Hiding it in a very unusual way. Oh, now this is interesting! Are you telling me you know where the body has been all this time, Mr. Edgeworth? It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't that flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then. Very well. If you're confident in this claim, let us put this to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden?
Take that!
A photograph of Miss Frost's work. And of the victim's body, Your Honor. You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly is this photograph? It's Mr. Frost's body. Yeah. There, it's a little easier to mouse with that. A Gemini sculpture? Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, and it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse. What? Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim. That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight. And what piece of evidence might that be? The court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body. Sorry.
Take that!
One of the cloths from the autumn wing? Yes, when it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone? Why, yes, dear. You can make it look like anything, really. Even blazing fire. The right shade of blue would make it look like ice, yes? Exactly like it, in fact. It's not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate those colors, though. If you would care to take another look at the photograph of the winter wing, Your Honor. You will notice there's a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case. That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bound has no choice but to take it with her when she removes the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device are being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was, in fact, a statue carved from ice. Oh, it has the old Pursue music. Oh, stinky. Okay, whatever. There's no way I could change that. Sad. Whatever. No! This can't be! Wait, so you're telling me that when we took the photo of us in the winter wing? Yes, we were standing right in front of the body. This is so sad. Whatever. Fine. This is all my capture card's fault. I'm so mad about it. But the bottom of the body and the cloth are both recovered from the fountain. Remember, they found here if the body was supposed to be the winter wing disguised as a sculpture. Because there would have been no mystery to how the body would have been hidden if we had found it as it is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost and the winter wing in order to throw us off the scent. ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain. No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Trusty lift cart, the same cart that had proved so useful in executing her original theft. What? Ah! I believe she wheeled the body into one of those other wings that floated it down the stream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere around the way, which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered. And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough. It's a genius theory, Mr. Edgeworth. What? Can you prove that it was me? I didn't think that okay, so the rivers aren't that thick. I didn't think it could fit a whole goddamn ice body in it. I just thought that she just dumped it in there, but maybe I'm remembering wrong. It's a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think? Alright, give me 1 second. What about an eyewitness? Do you think somebody might have spotted her when she was moving the body? As a matter of fact, I do. The contradiction in the piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation? Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof right here. Please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim?
Take that!
More drawings. Is that me? Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. What I'm interested in is the cart we can see here. Miss Bound's serving cart. What about it? Huh, you don't see it? She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ghost trick, Phantom Detective. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when the picture was being drawn. What? If I may, I don't see a Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. It's under the cart. Please? Sorry, I'm so tired. My brain is just like melted. Just like the piece of ice that had the body in it in this case. Ugh. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone. Really? Then allow me to direct your attention at the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I originally thought Mr. Butts had made an error, but he has assured me that couldn't possibly be the case. This tablecloth appears to be light blue. Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath. What? But the shape of the cart is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body. Some of the ice... no, not if the... oh, God. Sorry, my brain is like... My brain knows what's happening in this case. And so it just makes me, like, significantly more exhausted. Which is not my intention, it's just my brain is tired. Not if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those in a lift cart, and it easily pass muster as a regular serving cart. Wouldn't you agree? Goddess of Justice! Miss Bound. Surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body, just as like you did 18 years ago. Didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single simple sketch. That sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, isn't it? You needn't worry on that front. My case has a rest solely on Mr. Butt's artwork. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more, which is exactly why we discovered here in the fountain room. I don't know why I'm giving him the scene's voice, but this is what's happening, and we're just gonna go with it. And without your serving cart, you have to find some place to put your chocolates. My chocolates? The ones I was handing out? As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart. The chocolates you gave us came from your pocket. Oh yeah, mine was half melted. Still super sweet and tasty though. Why did you suddenly feel the need to put your chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? Because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on. That's why. Ugh!
please. He explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates in the lift cart. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? Indeed, if such of the chocolates in her pocket were the only solution she could have think of, not Miss Bound had time to dispose of an entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me? Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us? I didn't remember this plot point, but okay. Miss Bound has a tablecloth on her person, in plain view, in fact. Yeah, she's wearing it. Right. In plain view. No, surely you don't mean. Miss Bound. It's a cloth around your waist, isn't it? And given the Zodiac blocks were kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we would need to do is confirm my theories, test the cloth for traces of a sugar using Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to complete. You don't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole delicious pesticide ultra to move Mr. Frost's body. Oh, that's right. It was me. It was all me. Lucia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went to your bag and I took it. And then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Judy, you! Oh gosh! But Judes, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side? All fighting together to free Samson? We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I finally proven that Samson is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but I do it this way, though. It's not like you. I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures and I sold them for purely selfish reasons. And when Mr. Frost died, they became mere entries in a confectionery contest. Became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. And just allowed them to melt away, not before he came home. That meant I couldn't let anyone near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. Put them all in the cold storage room for safekeeping. What I had actually done was far worse than anything I could possibly imagine. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posed against the sculptures? She didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures. Yeah, it's not her. Samson is a kind man. A saint. He could have never killed anybody. Never. And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body. And Samson was found guilty. Oh, Judy. After all he'd done for me, he was my family. The only family I'd ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me. And I... Judes. After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. Finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check out all the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body. It had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statutes of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think to make things right. Seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake. What are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth? Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? Why disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago. Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind. She was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent. Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to find the true killer. She had been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit. Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had exposed the real killer and had the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to this crime scene.
Girl, they were the only person apart from you who knew that body was hidden in the icework. So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah? Exactly. The Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the autumn wing was all winter wingy? I am. You're betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as a Gemini's case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident. No. That would mean the real killer was... Enough, not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you're saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you clearly are about to make? Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But, like the evidence to support such an assertion, to accuse someone without any evidence is to not be done lightly, so... Should I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless? Yes. My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. To do that, I need to seize the moment. Yes, Judge Galvelle, I'm prepared to stand by my accusation. I'm exactly who to blame for the IS-7 incident.
Take that!
Dame Gustavia, Mr. Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack, is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident. Gusty? Mr. Gusto. Miss Bound, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure the real culprit. You set up the poison gas trap in order to capture them. You dispute the facts thus far. You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth, just like your father. And of course, you are absolutely right. Perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words? Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore. So I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try to catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure the door from the autumn wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms. I found that the autumn wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of that door. The thought, well, it frightened me. And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap. When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan. Shoot. Why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? I found another way. It didn't have to be like this. Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've always been so kind to me all these years, but I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try to clean it up. Didn't care what it took as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place. Judy, Judy, Judy. 18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, I was afraid they might try to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here at the gallery, in front of as many witnesses as possible. I'm sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down. Fender, this can't be easy for him. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. Please, if I may ask one thing of you, is that you must simply must clear Samson's name. The way the truth is of these past 18 years has come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it had only set us down a path towards even more shocking ends. To be continued. We gotta finish this case. Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now? Yes. Good. And allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law. Yes, I understand. Nevertheless, I understand you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tonga wrong. is innocent. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case. There is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. As right now, there's nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself.
Objection!
Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Gavel. Especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts.
Overruled.
Are you suggesting that the committee at the time overlooked just such a prosecutor? That's for you and your people to figure out. However, there is a fact that autopsy report was faked, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only just found just now. It really is something of Mr. Von Karma and you, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, don't say that! Don't say that to him! Don't say that to him. Don't say that to him. I'm taking a screenshot of that and saving it on my Discord server. Don't say that! Oh no! Uh-oh! Oh no! God. Okay. Jesus. Alright. How so, exactly? Continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs, that's how. Perhaps it's time you understand how I know the committee sees this case. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Togoroa convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. And this is how the committee sees things, is it? It is, and as always, I act solely in the service of law and order. Sounds to me that all she's doing and acting in service to the committee is covering up the truth. And if I can't change her mind, there'll be no saving Mr. Togoroa or Miss Bound. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report.
Hold it!
If you accept that Mr. Von Karma's falsified the report, then why would you reinvestigate the case? Because the goddess of justice is never wrong. Her verdict remains true despite Mr. Von Karma's. Despite blatant evidence tampering. You sure your precious goddess is into that? Almost makes you think that the committee might have other reasons for not wanting this looked again. Further investigation is simply unnecessary since the goddess of justice has already spoken. Is that right?
Hold it!
I believe it was a confession that sealed Mr. Togoroa's fate in the end. Confession secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast down the final verdict itself.
Overruled!
Since Togoroa confessed to the initial investigation officer, one Detective Ian Seidman. Love that name, it's a good name. The official records state that it was his interrogations that led to the convictions. Therefore, all I can say to you is that the goddess of justice has already spoken. Believable! She just won't budge at all! Hell, is the committee guys really that big of a deal? In many ways, they are the prosecutor's worst nightmare. So kinda like how the police are to a great thief, huh? Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working with the police when it suits you, though. That's funny.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting that Mr. Togoroa and Miss Bound killed Mr. Frost together? Why not? You can even imagine they split their roles as thus. Mr. Togoroa could have been the one to commit the act itself, while Miss Bound was her body. What? The thought that we could ever kill Mr. Frost? You stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years. Is it really so surprising that you might be considered a suspect as a result? Mrs. Bound had freely confessed to all of her crimes. Now is not the time to speculate about what else she might have done in the past. Very well, then let us pass judgment on what we know she did in the present. We planned to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder.
Hold it!
Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder? No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the winter wing simply because of the Gemini statue. See if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him, a trap that nearly worked.
Objection!
Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning? Fortunately, Mr. Guster remains in critical condition. It'd be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there's little we could do for now. On the contrary, there are plenty we could do. You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you. That's gonna be the thing we need to press, right? Maybe?
Objection!
Silence! Wow, that's just like Simon Blackwell. Crazy. Oh, let's press it.
Hold it!
All the evidence you need. In the matter of the AAI2 incident, we have the body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison gas attack, we have the sources of 2 chemicals and this balanced confession. As for you, Mr. Edgeworth, we still have enough evidence to see that you yourself will have to answer to the committee in a formal hearing. Ugh. Whoa! That doesn't sound good! Don't worry, Mazzarino. Nothing else, you're always more than welcome at Edgeworth and Go. Ugh. Your Honor, I'd greatly appreciate if we could stay focused on the matter at hand. Haha, of course. Now where was I?
Hold it!
You really meant to assert there are no loose ends left to investigate. None at all. All of the evidence have been examined at length, and there is nothing more to be learned from them. Therefore, I see no need to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant as duty bound. Your Honor, I'm certain there is something still that needs to be examined. The hammer is about to fall, Mr. Edgeworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. Present what you think requires further deliberation now. I mean, there really is anything yet left, that is. So don't forget, not by a long shot. There's still one thing we don't have answer to. It's up to me to point it out to Judge Gambel. I don't know what you want from me. This is difficult because I know where it's going. So I do know all the information. It's not like I don't have the information and I'm like gaining it. It's because I played this twice before I know what's happening. So it's making this a lot more difficult than it probably would be for someone who's playing it the first time. Okay.
Objection!
No? Maybe?
Objection!
No. No. At least it loads faster.
What do you want from me, game?
Objection!
Huh.
Objection!
No? Oh my god. Okay.
Objection! Objection!
I think I pressed that one already. Because I did that one already, I mean.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
No? Oh, this is so depressing. Okay, please, please, please let me load.
Objection!
Do you want to look at the statutes of limitations again, Judge Gavel? God, what else? Okay, let me go through this in my brain. Oh god, okay, so... in the IS-7 incident, Judy took the thingies and the thingy and floated it downstream, I believe, plopped it in the water in some way with the body, maybe the gas torch?
Objection!
No. The answer is no. Oh my god, okay. What else have I not pressed?
Objection!
Cloth.
Objection!
Gallery pamphlet. No. You want to see my badge?
Objection!
Wanna see my badge? It's going great. I love spamming E. It's my favorite activity. Okay. The sketches.
Objection!
Maybe I'm just pressing the wrong statement. I'm probably pressing on the wrong statement. I think I have to be pressing on the wrong statement. Let me check the list card just to be quick. Yeah, okay, let's load. Let's load.
Objection!
We're gonna go the whole route of going every single thing until we find whatever this goddamn thing is. Swear to God.
Objection!
I think I did this already, but I'm gonna do it again. It's like one thing that I feel like we could talk about is the missing children that just went freaking somewhere. But I don't think this is as relevant to this case as it actually is, you know, right now. As we're investigating it right now.
Objection! Objection!
It's really good noise. You know, I'm getting really distracted when I'm just talking about noise.
Objection! 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 Objection!
I love this so much. Ah.
Objection! Objection!
Only 2 pieces of evidence left. And if it's not either of those two, then we're utterly screwed. I hope it's one of these.
Objection!
Oh, thank the Lord. Okay. Okay. Woo, let's go. Oh, God. Okay. Alrighty. I'm afraid there's still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. You might take a look at this. What is it? The test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the Winter Wind. Gonna be coming in clutch, honestly. If you could see traces of blood were detected. The question is, whose? If that question is answered, I hardly think you could claim you have all the evidence. There was blood in the Gemini case. Why did I not hear about this from Eustace? Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning on telling Mr. Winter about it myself, of course. You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. My words, the committee will hear all about what you've done here today. Calm down, ma'am. This is not serious. As ever, my interest is in the truth, and if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report to me to the committee, then so be it. For return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end. That is not my decision to make. We need to discuss this with Eustace. Guess who's back, losers? Guess who's back, radical losers? What's up? Sorry, I'm taking a screenshot of that. It's a good one. I like him calling people losers. It's very entertaining to me. Alright, let me save this thing. There we go. Oh, hey, Dane. It's a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is live. Carmelo, I forgot that's his name. Gusto, he made it. Hi. You're the ones who found me. Yep, long time no see, Gusto. You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown. You've assistant of your own now. Assistant? No, I'm... He's got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I'm at your debt. If you ever found me a time, I wouldn't be here to thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago. What are you talking about? We figured it out quite a bit out. We figured it out quite a bit while you were out cold, including the fact that you're probably the guy who poured Artie Frost. What? Is that true? Mrs. Spoud set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murder. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of this fact, tell us in your own words what happened back then. Perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent. No, it's not that, because you're a fan of old meditation. You know, Om and all that jazz. Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. It's one heck of a talent. Said there's no sleeping involved in meditation, okay? Hey, Gusto, pal, how about you snap out of it and tell us what went down about all the way back then? Yeah. Caught in the girl's trap, so I may be the killer. It's just your idea of a joke. I'm the victim here. Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto, and there's no evidence that says that you've done anything wrong just yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fenner are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and you may pay them no heed. At least somebody here seems to be on my side. Judge Verity Gaville, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I'll assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth. Fine. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'd be happy to.
Objection!
So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gaville. You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record? Believe only the infallible judgment of the goddess of justice. Except that it's us humans who make the actual judgment calls in court of law. So long as there's those who will use the law to your advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. Use your position to further obscure the truth. Neither she nor I will forgive you. Haha, we should see about that. When you advised Judge Gavel, it would seem you're under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas. Specifically by opening the Pisces case lid. Would you be so kind to share why with us? Understood. I came to see Frost's sculptures. Simple as that. Mistake with opening times and arrived half an hour early. Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk at around that time? I had left the main entrance guarded and locked just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here at the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, all except for the autumn wing, that is. I see. She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing. Which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went. Sticking into a building is pretty suspicious, however you slice it. Says you. Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying. The courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right? Mr. Gusto. If you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case. I wanted to see Frost's work up close, so we went up to the Gemini. Sorry, guess it's supposed to be the Pisces statue. I saw that the lid was frozen on tight. Grabbed the flowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. We finally got it open, gas came pouring out. Fascinating. His is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of. Yeah, the everything sounds like a lie kinds. I'm none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it. Come on, there must be something! It's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing.
Objection!
She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer, and nobody else. The killer being you, old pal. So you believe that self-confessed criminal? Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer. You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me, but I have no reason to kill him. You have no evidence to prove otherwise. Gurk. Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Miss Sedgworth? Mr. Gusto fell victim to the poison gas. That much is indisputable. No matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past. Sorry, Yeah, but what about you, Mr. Fender? Must see something we could do. You're right. We may not have evidence, but we got plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Mr. Gusto had killed Frost, he may have had a reason. He claims not to have a motive, but this can't really be true, can it? If he did it, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive, too, remember? As you would remember this, given that you were totally alive during this case. I mean, technically you were alive, but you weren't there. Yeah. Corroboration ended. Von Karma would have let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. Put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge. Yes, I think you might be right. Time to think back over everything we knew about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered. Finger marks? Are you the one wearing the gloves? I like the surprised Alicia sprite that just kind of like went out from view as it exploded. It's pretty good. It's pretty funny. Visco denied the finger marks on the frame were hers. But what if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the Ultimate Cookbook for himself. Right. Right. And the absence of evidence is the only way to the truth.
Time to logic. Okay, I'm using my mouse now. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Since he had no reason to kill Artie Frost, but, Mr. Gusto. You and Mr. Frost conspired great works for the contest together, did you not? Huh? So you know my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs while you were in charge of the flavor. Is that correct? What can I say? Still a very long way to travel on the road from becoming a master confectioner. But you only collaborated up until the semifinal. Something changed after that. Both wanted to show what we could do. Show that we were better than Tongariro.
Objection!
Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right up until the day before the final. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely for blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. Whose flavors would that have already been prepared by Mr. Gus? Yeah. We've seen this before. Right. Ooh, it's weird saying a grayscale objection. It's weird. It's supposed to be red. I should note that your relationship had broken down for some reason, and that became the basis of their motive for murder. Yeah, that's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together. It was all perfectly friendly. You stopped working together in a friendly way? Kinda hard to imagine, but okay. Besides, who do you think did it exactly? I think I just strolled into Tongaro's room and killed Frost. I shouldn't have killed the man while Tongaro was in there working on the puppet pieces, can I? So you see, can't have been me. Wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Mr. Tongaro wasn't in his room. And if I could prove that, I could prove that Mr. Gusto had the opportunity to kill Miss Frost. Mr. Frost. Maybe? I don't know if this is the right one. No, it's not. Damn. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be a perfect way to steal its secrets and detect it. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tongaroa's camera to photograph the book? Be the perfect crime! So much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops! Sneaky snapshot or 20, huh? That could work. The only question is, when would he have done it? Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Delicia say that Gusto and Frost had missed out on a little tea party they had? Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive? Then after the contest began, I'm not doing his voice. I'm also not voicing him. The only person capable of entering was Tongaroa with the key. Yeah. To be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of the afternoon tea. Making tea time was the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edgeworth? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. But things are starting to become clear. The truth will soon come to light at last. Do you mean to say you have uncovered new evidence? Evidence, no. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to be open up to us about it instead. Oh, is it mind games again this time? It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you.
I said I have a question for you. What is it? Choose to make your entry for the final on your own. I told you I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove that I was the best in the world.
Objection!
If that were the case, surely you would have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusto, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? Lots of chess. Let's go. 18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. Why did they work together, and why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow. Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Start by focusing on why he chooses to work with Mr. Frost. My hand, now is time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost? We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together. And your decision to pair off with the sculpture had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills. You don't know me. Joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creations possible, that's all. Frost's son and mine were on the same grade of school, so we got along pretty well, too. Oh, so you're just two friends who happened to try for the title of World's Greatest Confectioner. Pretending to be asleep when going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. Doubt he cared much about winning the title for confectioners. In which case he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say? Fine, it was me who wanted that title. Frost was only in it for the prize, the ultimate cookbook. I see. Since your objective dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. Then something happens. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps? If so, I want to know why. Mr. Prosecutor, still quite unwell after my brush with death. Pushed me too hard. I'll be on my way back to the medical room. No, wait. You better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience. Mr. Gusto is trying desperately to make his escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. So let's figure out what he was really after next. There's no time to lose. I need to pick the right tale of questioning it fast. You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much. Now you're insulting the way of the confectioner. My only goal, was to win that title. To care for anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me. Look, my sense of design might have been up to snuff back then, but you see me now. Oh, so you've improved. You bet I have. Didn't do that training jump far for nothing. Looked up to Tangarelli, you know. Spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son. Sounds to me that Mr. Tangarelli's work was especially influential in your early studies. With this recipe book, you might have even become the best someday. Yeah, maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about it. And confectioner would have wanted it. So you claim your only goal was to win the title. Yet you also seem to have had an interest in the contest prize, the ultimate cookbook. Great collection of recipes for the world's greatest confectioner. Can't say I had absolutely no interest in it. But even if I did, what exactly is so wrong with that? Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts. Everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. Can't let him slip from my grasp now. Just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Next, let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. You know how valuable the cookbook really was. What question is that? It's a collection of Togoro's recipes. There was a confectioner in the world who would have wanted to get their hands on it.
Oh, okay.
Alright, let's do the second one then. So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you win with your creations. What else? A little book that could have improved my craft tenfold. You could have made a lot of money if you sold it. I don't know much about what was actually in there. It's worth more than money, I tell you that. Come now, Mr. Gusto, I think you know more about what the Ultimate Cookbook was than you claim. They told us a little about it at the start of the contest. Huh, then you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, don't you? They weren't dessert recipes at all. A second, I want to make this so it doesn't capture my cursor. How about that? There, good. Good, fantastic. It was just driving me a little nuts. So you did your homework. Fine, so you knew what was actually in there. The Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook to give its proper title. It's a collection of chemical formulas and way to simplify new medicine nobody have ever heard of. So we did know the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicines. But this could be an important clue. Do you know how valuable the cookbook really was? What kind of question is that? Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Zheng Fa, but you clearly didn't do enough work in your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the Ultimate Cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Therefore making your interests not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You have no professional interest in revolutionary new medicines, which suggests that your interest must have been personal. I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason why I entered the contest. You needed one of those recipes in that book. It's for my son. He was sick.
He was.
Tell me more. It's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know. He looks rattled. Can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mysterious illness was. Almost got to the bottom of this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves. Tell me about your son. Tell me a little more about your son. With my pride and joy. Biggest fan. Entered the contest in order to help him. Clearly don't have children of your own, and your father would have done the same. Done anything to help him. Anything. You're a little shit. Full of bullshit. Come see me here at the contest with you, too, right up until the semifinal. Really, he didn't get in the way of your work. If you were trying to beat Samson Tangaroa, surely you didn't have time to look after a child. Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations. Still recovering, so if you've got nothing to say, let me go back to the medical. Whoa, wait, I need to be a little more proactive. Oh, shit. Yeah. You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest? Wasn't that kind of illness. Nothing life-threatening, anyway. This feels like it could be an important clue. Can you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from? You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Is it enough that he was seriously ill? Why do you force me to tell me more? More. You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why are you so reluctant to share any further details? It may not have been life-threatening, but it doesn't mean it had been life-altering. I see. It must have been very hard on both of you. Of course it was. That's why I did everything I could to find a cure. Desperate. I couldn't taste anything. Not even his favorite desserts. Was he overweight? No! Oh no! As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains recipes for very particular medicine. But if you accidentally press that one because you're going too fast, oh god. One that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. So he added two. Two, he said. Just not had a taste disorder then, am I correct? How did I let that slip? You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure yourself. But was that really the case? Of course it was. What are you saying? Saying that I'm not sure that's true, but based on everything you've told me. I have a clue to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Oh, god damn it. Okay. So you can get the cookbook to cure your son. Yeah, nowadays you can get the medicine you need anywhere. Back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give all to my work. What about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to steal a glance at it. What makes you think I had an energy or time to care about what others have made? I think you made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the Ultimate Cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up a chance to take a peek of your competitors' entries. I had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see my sample of my rival's work, you know? But each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something. Oh, now we have to go through this whole frickin' thing. Thank God it's not that it's not that hard. Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy to not be able to enjoy your favorite food. You should know, after all, you just told me you experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confectioner without sense of taste, not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition that you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto? I've had enough of your speculations. Just managed just fine in that contest. Made all my own entries, no problem. Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim that you did it all on your own now. You would have us believe that you're a man of principle, dedicated student of the confectioner's art, that you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. All so you could cure your own taste disorder. You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. But you said my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. Kept it hidden for so long. 18 years and nobody knew. Sadly, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest, hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook for the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder, and the money it would bring for Mr. Frost. Thus, an easy alliance was formed, and that, I believe, is checkmate. Nice. I finally, this is so funny because this is the copy that I just bought for the game, and it just gave me the achievement for successfully destroying someone in Logic Chess, even though we've done it so many times beforehand. This is so funny. I'll admit it. You're good. I haven't told anybody about all this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's because you're really bad at lying. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed agousia. What's agousia? It's a taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. The confectioner's worst nightmare. Oh my god, I just realized that I can use my mouse wheel to click. That's crazy.
That's great. I'm gonna use my mouse wheel to click then. That's fantastic, actually. Sorry, I'm just drinking my water. Sir Fender, is that what Mr. Tangaroa had as well? No, the big man had what they had dissociated tastes of her. Oh, okay. Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all. So he suffered too. Can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market. Let me look this up. Is that actually a name? I don't believe that for a second. Is it actually a thing? Oh, it is. Oh, interesting. And then Aguzia. It is. Oh, we learn something new every day. Crazy. God damn. Anyway. When there wasn't a way to cure it on the market. Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. Do you admit it now that was the real reason you entered the contest? It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. I put my mind to something that gets done, and I would lose to anybody. May have not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win. Oh, so you went into the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning? Of course. What was that Fender said about what Mr. Tangaroa thought of Mr. Gusto's creations? Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. That wasn't his voice, but we're gonna pretend it was. We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you described. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day? Fine. If you want me to talk, I'll talk. But you're not gonna like what I have to say. Frost and I were working together right up until the semi-final. I handled the flavor, he did the designing. But I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I did alone. If I didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training. That's all there is to it. Happy now? Doesn't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony. Yep, not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not let slip what really happened for 18 years after all. Why don't you try pushing him a bit, Mazzarino? See if you can't shake something loose. I think I just might have to, Fender. Okay. Let's press everything.
Hold it.
Frost was in charge of designing the work you both submitted, while you handled the taste. Yeah, he was a sculptor, a craftsman. His sense of design was second to none. He was clueless about confectionery, which is where I came in. We did what each other couldn't. Huh, and boy, did you not have an eye for aesthetics. Not even for the simple stuff. Ah. Let's see it. Let's see the sprite. Looks great, man. 10 out of 10. I like how they edited his sprites with different designs for when he's older from when he was younger. It's great. How do you like me now? Huh, the national symbol of Zhengfa. Oh yeah, it's a phoenix! That's awesome! Say, pretty different from the stuff you were pumping out 18 years ago. Behold the fruits of my training. Dedicated my whole life to my craft. But back then, we both needed each other's help, so we joined hands until the finals. Sorry, that was wrong. I went to press.
Hold it.
There we go. You're serious about winning the title then? Of course. The art of confectionery is my life. Why would I have wanted to be crowned the greatest? He wanted to be the winner! Eustace, take notes right now. But I had a lot to learn back then. Guess it's not a surprise my work wasn't up to scratch. But the title wasn't the only thing you wanted. There was the cookbook, too. You wanted the book even more than you wanted the title. Isn't it right, Mr. Gusto? Ah!
Overruled.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're badgering a witness who is still suffering from the effects of today's attack. I cannot allow this harassment to continue. I understand your honor, but
Nor, Mr. Gusto, you need not answer that vile prosecutor's question. Please, do continue your testimony in your own time.
Hold it!
So you're saying Mr. Frost didn't help you at all? He helped you up until then, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest. Straight or not, it's the truth. Could be he had his reasons too. I wouldn't know. If he's lying, it's gonna be a headache to prove. 18 years is a long time. Not unless a gizmo of yours is a built-in lie detector, okay? But did I have stolen the show from Mr. Edgeworth long before now? This is true, you would've. You already do. Don't worry, Thunder, I can tell when he's lying. No doohickey assistance is required. Please, Mr. Gusto, continue your testimony.
Hold it!
And yet, I heard that your creations prior to the final was scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident that day? No, nothing like that. It was, I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me, simple as that. Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on his flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Something happened overnight. I don't think he's going to spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth. Perhaps I should ask him about something else. Mr. Frost. You knew Mr. Frost from before the contest, correct? You remember it, I see. Used to go in elementary school together.
Hold it!
It's no coincidence that you both entered the contest, correct? Yeah, I heard about it first. I told Frost. Now you'd be interested. He was always short of cash for his sculptures. That's right. Mr. Frost was supposedly always in financial trouble, wasn't he? Cookbook is really worth that much, huh? See that clinch of your eye, kiddo, but don't get your great thieving hopes up. It was worth a lot back then. These days, you can find most of the stuff in in there on any drugstore shelf. Oh, bummer. It's literally every last contestant only ever had. Eyes for that cookbook, I see. An 18-year-old mystery. Key to unraveling it is finally in my grasp. Just need to remember everything Fender told me about what he and my father discovered. I'm gonna save, actually. Okay. It's a good song. Like it a lot. Should I present the picture, you guys?
Objection!
No. No. Okay. Guess not. I'm gonna press this again and make him change his statement. Ooh, I didn't realize I could do this. Ooh. Something changed between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusto? Not really. The difference between the semifinal and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me.
Hold it!
So you really completed your final entry without Mr. Frost's help? I may not have his designs to lean on, but I knew I was still solid when it came to flavor. So the visuals were the only thing I really changed between the semifinal and the final. You sure, Gusty, old pal? Gonna have to call you out on that one, I'm afraid. With just the looks, I got a big thumbs down, and come judgment time, could trash that flavor too. Doesn't sound like much of a winner to me. Despite his confidence, Mr. Gusto failed on flavor too. Like Mr. Frost's assessment should have affected that. So was there some other difference? Let me see. Oh, it's talking about his son, right? Okay, I think I know what it wants. I'm gonna save just because I don't want to reload the statement. Present.
Objection!
Yeah. I can think of one significant difference between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusto. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? I told him he was here with you up until the semifinal. He was. What of it? But indeed, he was here until the semifinal, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. But just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? Uh-huh. He wasn't just spending quality time with his father, he was playing a much more pivotal role than that. I just wanted him to see me hard at work. Show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows, maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds. He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me. You're right, Kay. He is kind of a bad guy. Indeed. Thankfully, we would only have to give such an idea credence if his story was true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusto prided himself in the flavor of his creations, but then he lost his sense of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss, unless... I'm sure your son was here, if your son was here to cheer you on, but that wasn't all he was here to do, was it? You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. Well, why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here other than support his father? He tasted your creations. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto. He was my biggest fan, of course he knew it. In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no? Ah, what are you applying? You already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. Right. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you if he had found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you. He was simply helping you. He was helping you by taste testing your work. Dick, now it all makes sense. Frost's stuff tasted good because it was finished the day before, when the kid was still here. You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. Seriously think I trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know, even back then. Do you now? Did you now? My designs may not have been much to write home on back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anyone else's. Think I'd risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just more speculation. That's all it is. In that case, I asked to speak with your son this instant. Started sweating aggressively. Let me see how much of your story you can corroborate. Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern. What? As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Shangfa to start my training. Cut off all ties with the kid for good. What? You abandoned your own child? That ain't half of it. No one knows where he is, even now. Well, I know where he is. Because I know what's happening. Uh-oh. Cops have looked all over for him. No dice. So, still think you could prove your asinine theory? Like asinine attorney? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. Got my sense of taste back. What do I need for what need do I have for a son? I think your son is allowed to kill you, actually. Silence in the courtroom. While Mr. Custer's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the Goddess of Justice cannot judge him for that. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat. Yeah, give it up. 18 years log time ready to surface now, proof or otherwise. Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth may be lost forever. Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? Imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but test the right way, sir. Oh, Gummy. Gummy, please save me. It's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure. Once we know whose blood it is.
Hey Miles, how to cut on your My Palace time? Your My Palace time! That's really good. I'm taking a screenshot of that right freaking now. Let me take a screenshot and post that in my rehearsal server. That is really good. My Palace time? Christ alive. Oh, God. Okay. There we go. Friend Gusto didn't just come here to check up on the body, did he? Because he tried to open the case. Exactamundo! Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that? Right. Detective Gumshoe can make it back with a certain piece of evidence. That's quite enough idle chatter, defense. Now, if you... Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Sorry to keep you waiting! Gummy, you're the best. Huh, speak of the devil. The test results I take it you have the test results, Detective. Yes, sir! The lab just got back to me. Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just talking about? Sorry, 1 second. I'm getting so distracted. You can tell though. You can tell that I'm getting distracted. Whatever, it's fine. 1 second. Boo-doo. Boo 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 boo. Boo boo doo. Okay. Now then, am I right to assume that you're bringing the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of? What? Hey, no fair! Why didn't anybody tell me about any of this? Yes, indeed, the evidence in question, Your Honor. It's needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out. What the? Why is everyone always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here. Mr. Winter, I'm sorry it didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Well, alright. So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the tests have to tell you? Tell us. I couldn't believe this, but the odor of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini cases. Carmelo Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack. What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like our suspicions were correct. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of the blood in this case? It's only the very thing the perpetrator of the AAI2 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as us finding your body lying right next to Mr. Frost's body. Ah! Why would there be traces of your blood in there of all places, Mr. Gusto? If you won't answer, Her Honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. Her Honor, I like that. There wasn't just blood and liquid from the Gemini case, there were traces of salt and sugar, too. There were. If you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed. Oh yeah, you're talking about what Delicia told us back then, right? What was it again? Yeah, it's the freaking strings. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Right. The harpy thing. Yes. Yes, the liar, and only the liar, chases the defendant flavor of salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. Then perhaps you could tell us, Mr. Edgeworth, where did the salt and liar come from? I don't know what the answer is, but we're gonna just go with that. It's wrong. It's extremely distressing to watch you flounder so horribly. Shut up! Salt you're looking for, I might be able to produce some from my eyes. No! Okay, great. Where did this all the liar come from? I don't know. Oh! Dang it. We figured it out.
Take that!
This is the lamp from the AAI2 incident. Indeed, I believe that's the salt that gave the liar's flavor. Came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangaroa's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost. And it was stained with his blood. But no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Right, because the culprit had chucked the piece of chocolate with that into this little stream. Furthermore, aside from the liar, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either. Ugh. Hey, come to think of it, the lamps we found in Alicia's room were both broken. The lamps appear to be broken too. I never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but rethinking, maybe it had Gusto's blood on it at some point? Putting once whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police, so the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, in a way that would have aroused suspicion. Are you seriously suggesting that the liar was used to do just that? I am. I suspect that the bloody salt was somehow supplied to the liar so it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike with the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time to test properly, so he waited until his chance to dispose of the liar undetected. Then the reason he's here today is 15 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arises. How could he be so sure that either Mr. Frost's body nor the evidence wouldn't be discovered someday? So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks. Well, Mr. Gusto, finally ready to admit it? You're the one responsible for the AAI2 incident? Yeah. Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you that Samson... Gusto. So I finally got caught, huh? After all these years later. Nobody came close back then. Not even the big shot prosecutor or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. Gotta hand it to you. You admitted that you murdered Artie Frost. Yeah. Sure I do. I did it. Killed him. But he only had himself to blame. What do you mean by that? You agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other out so that one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. The day of the final, the rat finally showed its true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had a deal. Sorry, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto. But I helped you. I spent all day yesterday making ice for your pieces. Did you? And you could prove that, I suppose. Wait, planning on betraying me right from the start, weren't you? After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my piece for the final myself. Like you had said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either. So much for the pride you claim to have had in your ability to make delicious desserts. Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything I gave up everything to become the best. Everything. I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand. You're right, I don't understand. So you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder. Or that you murdered your son. Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things?
I can't afford to rely on other people. I learned it the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. In hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why.
Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son?
How am I supposed to know? I told you, he's none of my concern anymore. And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either.
You don't care? You're horrible.
So with his disappearance, so what your chances of winning, correct? Yeah, I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's an inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tangaroa's room. It should have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed. Get out of there. The Frost showed up.
Oh, I like this image so much. Oh, I like this image so much. It's such a good image. Damn. I thought I might find you here.
Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook,
Tut tut tut.
Frost!
What's this? A cure for taste disorders. Oh no, that's so tragic. Confectioner who can't taste anything? What will the people say?
If you tell anybody, I'll... Ah!
You'll what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm.
Why, you? Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him, knocked me clean off my feet. Crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been my blood gone on it.
So Mr. Frost was the one first to get hurt.
When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow, so I scraped all the blood off the bloody bits. So all those sauce savings and some flavored ice mixture crusted all over the heart.
So that's how you made the evidence linking to your murder vanish.
Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have had me give him money to keep me quiet about my condition.
So you decided you had to kill him.
Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live?
You want someone holding something like that over your head?
Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a solid case of self-defense, don't you think?
So that was the impetus behind it, but
Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. It stayed there once I figured out how I was gonna hide the bloody part.
Inspired by all the ice sculpting tools lying about the place, I guess.
Not as some as you pretend to be, yeah. Figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. So I was done painting the stuff all over the harp was easy.
But why, Samson? What do you have to do to frame? Why did you have to frame him?
I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault. You and the rest of them. Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloths back in Scone's room? There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant. That's to cast suspicion on that person.
What? You trying to frame me, Gusty Pants?
Yeah.
But why? Why poor old me?
I respected Tangaroa. He was the best, a true champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did.
Gusty, how could you?
All you have, and had you refrained on eating Tangaroa's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangaroa was judging her room. That's when I sneak into the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. Thanks to you, found it before I had a chance to retrieve it.
I don't understand. Why do you need to freeze his body after all?
Why indeed?
Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gusto need to freeze Mr. Frost's body? Well, all of these. Mr. Gusto needs to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during the afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect.
Yeah, bingo. Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangaroa's room, while I got everything ready in Frost's. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. I encountered some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse.
Still don't get it, though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all?
The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of the freezing would have had in masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it, at least until it fully frozen.
How awful! This is Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder.
Ironically, Tangaroa would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before he got it out of his room. If only things had gone to plan, he wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted. You mean it was my fault? The thing that happened to Samson, it was all because I found the body? Don't let it get inside your head, Judes. None of this is your fault. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here. That's Gusto. It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job, either. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished. So then Mr. Von Karma had willingly put Mr. Tangaroa under arrest in the absence of a body? I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Still, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right? Not if somebody had deliberately distorted the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record. So he kept that to himself, proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa, regardless. Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you. Sticks and stones, girlie. Sticks and stones. What a jerk. I ought to arrest you right now, pal. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, detective. So you notice, huh? Glad somebody did. Judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me. What? Why? You just confessed the murder. No idea, huh? This is gonna lay it out for you. I know what this one is. Killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math, you can arrest me. Think I've confessed otherwise? That's right. The statute of limitations is only 15 years, but he was out of the country. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth? Once the statute is expired, he can't be charged, so... But... How fortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the wet record, and that Mr. Tangaroa's conviction will remain in the past. But we've finally proved the police had never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. You can't arrest Mr. Gusto. Surely Mr. Tangaroa has ground for a trial on that basis. Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that God's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you may imagine. So the committee meets for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand no matter what. Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor! There must be something we could do. Something to bring Mr. Gusto down. Yes, there is something we could do. I'm gonna save. I know what it is, but I'm being safe. Because it's been a while. Statute of limitations murder is country 15 years. You do the math, you can't arrest me. Yes, I can. Present the law book.
Objection!
No? Bitch! Okay, I know what it is, but alright, fine. I'll press all of your testimony if you really want me to. This is why I saved. Fine. Do I need to have him say that he was out of the country for so long?
Hold it!
I'll do that. The passage of time doesn't diminish what you did, Mr. Gusto. It sure diminishes one thing, though. Ability to arrest me. Oh, we could arrest you. We could arrest you real good. I could have you in cuffs before you even blink, pal. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since you isn't as open and shut as you're making it out to be, Detective. Yeah, can't touch me. It's too late for that. Murder in this country is 15 years. Well,
Hold it!
yeah, but no. Depending on your actions in the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet. Yeah, it's ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. There's nothing you want to ask it. Oh, I have to ask him. Very well. Tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident. Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to a formula for that book. And not so long after that, I went to Sheng Fa to really buckle down and hone my craft. It explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh? Could be. Left. Let's see. Around a year after the murder? It's before Tangaroa's last day in court. The Sheng Fa was the best thing I've ever done. Favorite design. Full package now. Wow, look at that one. It's a little wolf.
Objection!
And the backs of all those whose life you destroyed.
What's all of that few eggs, huh? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor. Nothing. You're evil. Sticks and stones, girlie. You can arrest me, and that's all that matters. You should follow up his training on Zhang Fa. I'd like you to tell me more about your training in Zhang Fa, if you wouldn't mind. Fine. Thank you. When I went to Zhang Fa to train, I found he gave the best in the world. Let's press this just for fun. Zhang Fa, you were there for a while, I suppose. Yes, I left sometime after the investigation had wrapped up. I've been meaning to go there and start my studies for a while. And thanks to the hard work I put in. Do another one. Make it cool. Ooh, a dragon. Ooh, my designs are now world class. Whoa, that's amazing. You like it? It's yours. Really? Oh, alright. So he spent some time as Zhang Fa training. Yeah, he did, and that's the freaking thing. I'm gonna save, but I think I'm right.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following conditions. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country, which means that the time you spent abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute. Statute? I don't know. No way! So it's like someone hit pause when he was in Zhang Fa? Yes. It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet, but that will depend on how long you say it's Zhang Fa, Mr. Gusto. It was 3 years exactly. 3 years? Hold on. Don't say anything until I've done the math. The murder happened 18 years back. The statute is 15 years. The 3 overseas. 15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means no way! Mr. Edgeworth, you did it! The statute hasn't expired after all! Bingo! 18 years exactly! You worked it out for yourself. You've been stringing us along this whole time. Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? Can arrest him now. I hate to break it to you, little sis, but his 7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. Gusto's saying Zhang Fa really lasted 3 years on the nose. It's not enough. A few months short. Not enough! But... I tell you, you can't touch me. Yeah. It's admitted, but he's read the board well when he made his confession. How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, hello, Mark. I have straightened my back, thank you. I will also sip some water because I haven't sipped my water, but even though you didn't redeem it. If only the statue had been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess' judgment must be willing to pay the price, should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed. There must be something I can do. You knew it. Well, if the law can't bring Mr. Gusto to justice, then... Judes, what are you thinking? What?
Objection!
Still need to go adding to your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here. Far from it. Still a way we can nail him. There is? Alright, Mazzarino Pep Doc. I need you to think back over what we knew about this case. I'm gonna slowly morph his accent to like a really New York accent. It's gonna be really funny. Gusto's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about. Which is, he wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I could tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day was. Which means there's still one way left to us. Crack open your statues for dummy there. Take another look. Take another look there, buddy.
17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a pretty picture. If we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay for full for what he's done. Fender, how are you? Those who would overturn the goddess' judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Samson's my client, just smiles. I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whatever you play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you. Bringing Mr. Gusto to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought triumph. So, should I raise an objection to play that card or not? Yes! Dumbass! Do it for Gregory. Don't do it for Von Karma. My father and Mr. Von Karma once sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow, one that seeks to reveal the truth. The court has reached its final verdict. The record would state that Mr. Gusto had been found not guilty at all counts.
Objection!
No, Your Honor. Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty. I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go punished. Oh shit, he didn't. Oh shit, wait. The trial's a year after. Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest? I do. Now to show Judge Gavelle something that proves the statute of limitations hadn't yet expired. I think it's this.
Take that!
Fuck. Oh, okay. Oh, I was like, oh shit. I think it's the second one, but I could be wrong. E. Save. Thank you. Victim data. No. Wrong. Case overview. Wrong. Load. Again. It's the third place. It's the third one. It's the third one. It's suspect data. Yeah. Let's go. First try. Never done better. Oh yeah. I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice, and it took around 1 year from his indictment for that verdict to be reached. Yes, that does seem to be the case. The book you gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute was suspended if the suspect flees from the country. And another states that the statute is suspended from the time any accomplice's indictment to the end of the trial. What? Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice. Yep, I guess you're in second file when the verdict was called. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. It's clearly news to you. Not a good news either, am I right or am I right? But how could that be? Tangaroa wasn't an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent. You know it. Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction was the very thing that sets him free. He spent 3 years in Zhengfa. Your accomplice, Samson Tangaroa, was on trial for 1 year. It means you could still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitations hasn't expired at all. The goddess' judgment is infallible. But that of her servants, it appears, is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry. No! How could this? You weren't supposed to be able to. 18 years. That's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto. Not a moment too soon. but I'm finally the greatest. Privilege has been recognized. I gave up everything for this. Everything. Even my son. More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever, because the bills come due at last. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm excited to see this. Food, look at that spear frame! Crazy. That is such a fun breakdown. I do like that breakdown. It's a really good one. Hi, Gummy. Mr. Gus was all set up for his trip downtown, sir. Good. Which means it's your turn next, right? I suppose so. Oh, Judy. Oh, Catherine. Judes. I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last. I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your action, Miss Found. Those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return, on behalf of the prosecution. Oh no, I have no one to blame but myself for it all, starting with those sculptures. Hey, Judes, you maybe want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. There's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything. Oh, I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender. Oh, that's really cute. They're really cute. I do like them. Oh, freaking love Trudy Bounds. Oh, sorry, ma'am. You gotta come with me now. Of course. Bye. We'll miss you. God, I love her so much. I love how Larry is just kind of freaking there. We don't want you to be here, Larry. You can leave now. Judge Gaffel. Why did you lie to us? Lie? What are you talking about? You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but you've proven that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found. I am under no obligation to answer such questions. You clearly have no intention of doing so either. Truly, you are proving to be quite the threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you'll be called to appear before the Committee in due course. Oh, dear Lord. Now, I must be on my way. What the heck? Did I ever caught the real killer and everything? Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do? Regardless of how it may play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today. Mr. Edgeworth. Hi! Hi, Eustace. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth! Yes? Why do you stick your noses in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job. Your job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winter. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person. I don't get it. I would expect you should understand. Not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner. That's going way over my head. I'm going home. God, I love Eustace. Such a good character. What is that about? She still has a lot to learn, is all. Wisely. Yes? Just wanted to say old Greggy Pegleg would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me cheering up. That, and things should help you poor Sandy people. Of course. Hey, Edgy! Looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Judy and Verity go? Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you? Though I am loath to admit it, Laurie's stitches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that. Quit glaring, will you? Whatever I did, I'm sorry! Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you. You totally were! Just like your pop. He was a terrible liar, too. He was? Listen, I'm gonna head out. I need to fill Samson in on what just went down today. You wanna come with? Yes, of course. Great! Then I'm coming too! Oh. Cute. So what's Mr. Tangaroa like? Can't wait to finally meet him. He's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. When locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. That's why 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is his name for prisoners and guards alike. Oh, that's really cute. Really? That sounds awesome. You think there'll be any left for us to try? Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Could they have been some more of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods? Yeah, it was. Tommy, what are you doing here? I heard you all were coming to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him. Hello, new friends. I am Samson Tangaroa. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday. It's very nice to meet you both. Miles here is Gregory's son. Oh, is that so? My father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him, made a false confession, and... Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Fender has explained everything to me. Sure did. Now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago. The truth. Judy did all that for me. Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years, until she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you. Oh, Judy, I never did anything to deserve such a devotion. Come now, Mr. Tangaroa. I think we know that's not true. The bond between the two of you have held strong for all these years, after all. You think so? Guess I better show him. Which piece of evidence to prove the bond? Oh, make him fucking... Oh.
Take that!
These chocolates. Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did. They're super delicious and sweet. Spound, continue making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day, so that there will always be someone waiting for you. You finally came home. Judy. Oh. Oh! Huh. Better be on super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish I could hand them to you. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later. Which would be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority now to stop it anyway. Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bat. Oh, that's really cute! Oh! Really, pal? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. This is a really funny thing to say, given that I know that a week prior, you know, Ace Attorney Investigations 1 happened. He's my role model. He killed a guy. Did he kill the guy? I don't remember. I don't remember the case. I don't remember AAI1 really that much, but yes. You don't say. Since Faith like to bring people all sorts of together, huh? You hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. Should be able to get you out soon. Sorry, it's taken so long. Nobody should have waited 18 years to get justice. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather... Thank you, truly. Samson. Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I'll make sure that she does something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Leave it to me, big guy. The I-7 incident. It's been 18 long years. This case we inherited from my father is finally coming to a close. Hey, Miles. Thanks for today. And sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that. Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me. Huh? What are you guys talking about? No, Samson was wrongfully convicted. We had to pretend he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. We had to use his false conviction against him, even to save him. So as a lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Yeah, I can see that. Now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get the wrongful conviction overturned. Yes, and I'm sure you will. Wait a minute, does this mean that even if you were only doing what's right, the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free? Yep. That's what we folks in the trail like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. Because of things like legal contradictions, right? Yeah, but you never know. Things might change.
The law's always evolving, just like us humans. Well, sorry, but in a few years you're gonna get into the dark age of the law, so you gotta buckle up for that, buddy. I think it's overly funny. I think it's overly funny that the Ace Attorney franchise and the main line, especially when you reach like AA5, they're always like the dark age of the law. When shit's like, oh, we can overchange the law, which is true, and I guess that is the point that it's making here. I just think it's overly funny that they like really switch it up for Ace Attorney 5, and it's like just so stupidly done. Um, Especially like after like these type of things here. That is like, oh, you can overturn the law, you can change the law. And I guess Miles is doing it. It's just, oh my god. It's just crazy. It's just so funny how they backtrack. You're not even at the dark age of the law, man. You got like a solid 7-year gap to go, you know. And then once the 7-year gap is over, you know. Anyway, the potential for growth and change. And people in the law, huh? So, Miles, are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells you you've got a big decision ahead of you. Ow, 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 my arm, my arm, my arm, ow, ow, ow. Sorry, I was stretching my arm. Ow, that hurt an absurd amount. I'm okay, don't worry. I know. Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. Bye, my guy. Oh, you big time. I always repay my debts, but for now. Thanks again for today. I mean it. Bye. You seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here, do you? He did. Honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed was becoming an attorney like my father. Insert PNG here. But during my time with Mr. Von Karm, I learned the way the prosecutor said, Insert PNG here? No? Eventually, with the help of the good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. Insert PNG here? No, they're not gonna put the PNG of him pointing his finger as like a 5-year-old. They're really not gonna put that PNG in this situation. Man, it may be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. Insert PNG? No. PNG? 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 Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting it so late. Oh, this part. Oh! It's taken 18 years. Finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. Well, thanks to your boy, Miles. Couldn't have done it without him. Should have seen him. When he fought for the truth gave me chills. It's like I was watching you. Oh, they're so cute! Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were. These guiding principles you tried to instill in me. I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Ah! That is really cute. That's just really freaking cute. Ah, sickening. Am I going to fight crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose? Yay! I like that it still gives me the you did it, you know, achievement, even though I like kind of, you know, didn't technically. Turn about Forsaken. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, we're gonna do that next time. I just think it's really funny that the first 2 episodes are just blank. Anyway, we're gonna do that next time. This is so fun. I love this game so much. I was thinking we would maybe be able to start the next case, but it's been like 3 hours, so we're gonna end it here, and then we're gonna go from there. Give me 1 second. Um, who should be raid?
Uh, um, Nico Teach is doing Hades 2. Let me see. Da, 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 da. Uh, Actually, let's raid Noah. Let's raid Noah. Noah's playing Stardew Valley, which is very fun. I freaking love Stardew Valley. Um, and yeah, please give Noah some love. And please say hi. And if you want to join for the raid, Ask Raid is would be the thing to use. We will be playing next week, next Sunday. We'll be starting case 4. We will not be playing Sea of Stars next Saturday because I have a work thing to go to. So I will not be streaming then. But I will also probably potentially be streaming on Halloween on Thursday because I want to do our annual spooky game. I don't know what we're gonna play. I haven't really looked it up or anything, but hopefully scary spooky game on Halloween at the normal time. I know people are usually working, so it's not gonna be really convenient for people, but I think it would be really fun to do something spooky and scary for the season. But anyway, please give some love to Noah. Playing Stardew Valley again. And I hope you guys have a wonderful night, day, evening, whatever time zone you're in, and I will see you guys around. Bye.